Check, check, check. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Alright, so let's resume what we worked on yesterday. Which was replacing this world item system. Got a bunch of breakpoints to test. Areas in the code that we changed to the new system. Okay, so we'll check this. So this is modifying an item. This is planting an item. We haven't done picking the item yet. Planting an item into the ground. This is destroying items already planted into the ground. This one. This one is making the ground soft tilled ground. Okay, well, let's just run this and see what happens. So we're not seeing our HP go down for the grass, for this sprite group here. That's one thing that's not correct. So it looks like it does do the damage. So do damage is not actually sending the event, sending a HP event. So let's have a look at where would this be? This would be in the the world item stuff. In here probably. No, not in there. So in the old entity state types, we do world item change HP. So game state world item change HP. This probably sends an event. Yeah, which we need to actually send as well. I forgot to add that. we should actually full on just replace that with that. Actor ID. Okay, so the actor ID. It's probably got to be the actual storage itself, the storage ID. So this kind of needs to store the, where are we here? This needs to actually store the storage ID. Not enter can do that. Storage.id. And then when we do change HP, the actor ID is actually storage ID. So that would get an item by the item ID, which would be handy actually. So rather than the storage ID, we can straight up just say this is the ID now. And also in the game conditions, do this here. If auto item equals get world item controller, get item ID. It's a world item evo tree. And that's the tree. So I think that is fine. Oh, no, because we actually want it on the item ID. That's the ID. I get it on the actual ID. We want this on the actual inventory item ID. Tell this, hey, yeah, I'm almost at 100 followers. Big milestone. Yeah, I'm doing great, thanks. Just started for the day. Concentrating on what I was doing yesterday, really. Which is just moving over this world item system. Hope you're alright as well. Yeah, so this has to go because we're testing on the actual item ID of the tree, not the ID of the world item. Oh, good. Glad you're doing well. Okay. So there isn't such thing as storage ID anymore. So this sends an attribute event. Value changed. This is just hb.get. Yeah, try and get this port of into the new system done today. So what I want to know is how this, whoever listens to this event gets the location. So presuming this is what makes the HP bar appear. I just find world item here. So this is actually not find world item. This is get world item controller now. Get item. E.actor ID. And it goes push an attribute bar. It just passes the item ID. Which is the actor ID. And it does these things called get entity location, get icon target. So get entity location. Okay, so this is get world item controller, get item region. Basically the same for here. And that actually gets the region back out again. If there's not a location or they're not in the same room, which will be fine. Okay, so let's just get rid of any compiler errors that made. And we'll see if the actual HP bars appear again. So we need to include world item controller here. So we've got get entity region as well. To be fair, we can do this here. That would be a good place to put that. Item of any entity ID. Ooh. So we don't specifically know what type of item it is. Yeah. So we want Optref game region. Get store region. Store ID. If auto store equals item store, so find store ID. Return store region, else return opref game region. It does actually have to be it does have to actually, we do actually have to pass in the store ID in the world item controller here. This does have to be the storage ID. Because this sends this event. It needs to be the storage ID to get the region back out again. Okay. So this is just region. So this actually returns a standard optional game region. So it does a copy. I suppose that's not a bad idea. And this is region. It's location. All right, cool. So let's just see, if there are any more compiler errors, we'll deal with that. And then we'll just see if the HP bar is still there. And one more thing. Actually, there was the icon location as well. If we just go back. Get entity location, get icon target. That just gets entity position. So that's totally fine. So let's just see then if this works. So if this works, we'll see the HP bar, which we don't, so it doesn't work. Didn't compile it. Didn't compile in for some reason. Weirdly, have we actually even changed anything in here? Who knows? Alright, let's just rebuild this anyway. You up to much today, Tellists? Don't know what time it is where you are. It's the morning here. Let's get rid of that bot. Verity, thanks for the follow. Welcome. If you've got any questions, just ask, no problem. Oh, brilliant. Yeah, nice one. Start streaming. Let us know when you start streaming and I'll check you out. So this needs to know about the world item controller as well. "99 followers, does that mean?" Oh man, one more follower and I'm at 100. That's exciting. Okay. So this... we're just seeing if it's an item store. So this is like get store region and then so we need to know the attribute. So we're passing the HP there. Yeah, so we do actually, so this needs to be so we want optref items, what is it? World items storage. Oh, hang on, no. Yeah. Where are we? So the context is an attribute change context, which has the amount in it. So this has something called amount. So it wants the full HP actual range there. Must be to draw the bar properly. So I need to get that actually out of the world item controller. So we kind of need both. Because we need to get the actual storage out. Ooh, this is a bit of a kind of mess up here. So the context here, the storage ID, but we do need this HP value. Which means we do kind of need, rather than the storage ID, the ID, this ID. So we kind of need two IDs. So I think the best thing to do is just to do U64 owner ID. Put that in there, and then we can just say dot owner ID is equal to this ID. Oh, it's not in there though. It's in the context. So it's type owner ID, amount. And the actor ID is the storage ID. The owner ID is this ID of this sprite group here, which means in the HUD now, we can get the item, well, we can get the items of world item evo tree. That's items. And then we need to go so we're going to go for auto item in items. If item ID is not equal to the attributes owner ID, continue. Else we can get the HP range now. So it's not the item ID, it's the eActor ID. I'm going to push the attribute bar on. Okay. So we can't get the items base. We can get the items based on a region. We can't get the items based on an ID, but we can do that. We can just go template class item type the array item type pointer get items uses for ID. Technically that's const really, and that is const as well. So we already have the ID in that circumstance, and this is just return get items, get item ID, get world item ID region. To your array. The array. Nice one. So that means back in the HUD now we can just get the evo tree items themselves, because they're right now are the things with HP. HP is not a member of world item evo tree. Is it evo tree? No, it's sprite group, isn't it? That has the HP. Not. And we could wrap this up in we could generalize this a little bit more, because we might have another world items that have HP in them. We could either generalize this just to work with any world item groups that have HP in them, or we just add more checks later. Not sure. item type. So this just is like, if it has an attribute controller, we use that. Else, if it's a set of sprite group world items, or it's just a sprite group, a world item sprite group type, we just have to make sure we compare it with the owner ID first. Okay, let's see if this works. Yes, there we go. We got our HP bar back. Okay, now we're adding in the world item Evo tree tilde soft ground. Now the brilliant thing about this is we could write an Evo tree for tilde soft ground now, separately from the Evo tree from anything we're going to plant in the ground. Essentially, we could do things like the ground could dry out now if you don't water it, because that could be what the Evo tree for the soft ground will do, and it will turn it to hard ground. And that would happen irregardless of what you planted in it now, because it's modular. So it is actually, I think, a pretty good system change and design now, because these world item Evo trees, they just get ticked every frame, so we could just make sure the ground's not dried out. Okay, I assume it's there, it's just it hasn't removed the grass. I can see a little bit of blue there. Yeah, there's a little blue square, which signifies the soft ground. Like, we don't have artwork, but eventually there'll be artwork for soft ground. So we need to work on now removing these sprites. How does that work? So it's probably in the game level tick room. Got this thing called dead sprites, which is empty. So how do we make dead sprites? So it goes through the world items, and yeah, so this is in the room. So we need to go for auto store and get world item controller, get store, get item store. If get game state in current room store region. I don't think there is a region overload. So location. Let's see if that builds with the actual region. It should work actually. I think a region is like derived from a location, so. So I'm going to say, if it's not in the current room, continue. Else, we want to go for auto group in store get item. No, it's sorry. It's get world item controller. Get items. World item. Sprite group. Store ID. If group HP get, is there a get HP? No. If group HP get is 0, then this sprite is dead, or all the sprites in this group sprite in group sprites are dead. Result time place dead sprite ID equals sprite ID. There we go, and we can take that away now. So a dead sprite is a sprite that doesn't have HP, and that means the game can not render them if it wants to. I mean, it can do whatever it wants with that information, but right now it's just not rendering them. And then, of course, if we were to just remove this sprite group, the sprites would automatically come back. So part of the Evo tree could be like, if you don't plant anything in it for a while, get rid of it, and then all of the sprites could grow back. All of the grass could grow back if it needed to. There we go. So the sprites have gone now. So, you know, this has an Evo tree on it now. And the Evo tree could be like, if you don't plant anything here, I'll say like 2 days, it could delete itself, and that all this grass would reappear, which is pretty cool. That's something we could do in this new system. All right. So I guess now what happens? So this one goes on the actual Evo trees themselves. So what happens if we fire over the top of already made tilled soft ground now? We come to here. Which will remove itself. So it removed the tilled soft ground there. I don't know if we want that to happen though. Didn't there? It's confusing me now. It definitely removed it there. and put it back. Removed it, put it back. So it's not removing it there though. There's got to be a problem with this remove item. So there's one Evo tree. So this removes, so we've got the sprite group and the Evo tree on it. Didn't actually remove anything. 70, 60. So this ID and item ID. Item ID is 70. Six oh 70. So 60. So there is no 70 ID. The 70 is in a different group. So what's going on there? Okay. So this impact target has one Evo tree in it. Tilled ground soft. $466. Star, remove item, tree ID. Which is 541. So it's the wrong star by the looks of things. So the tree ID is 541. The star has only got one tree in it, which is 394. So the find on impact target. Okay, let's figure out what's going on there then. It's one of these is wrong. Okay. Two 60. One tree in it. Tilled ground soft. Confusing. Let's try that again. Lost my track there. Okay, so this one returns one tree of ID 832. And this one returns a star with the tree in it of ID 804. So this is for some reason not working. This compare. So we're looking for a tree of ID 049. which is this second one. So if we just go to autos here, see what this returns. 260, which is correct. So it's minus 82222. An index of ID. What is going on? Alright, so if I fire on this again, so the impact target is minus 10. Which is 604. Impact target is minus 10. This is minus 8 there. Ah, there's the typo, look. There's the typo. Silly me. Okay. Obviously, I was tired yesterday, and maybe this morning. Okay. So we've got 282 now. .684 Evo tree 282. So it's going to remove the right tree now. But here's the thing, if it's tilled soft ground, we don't actually want to remove it. I don't think. We can say the tree, so the item is till soft ground there. It's not. So we're going to say if tree base type is equal to inventory item type tilde soft ground continue. So that's kind of a hard coded solution. But because we're using tilde soft ground there as well, it's probably fine for now. And this probably, most of this code, because it also depends on the hero and stuff, most of this code is probably not going to last very long anyway. But we do want like base types that are not destructible. Maybe we could just put that in now. It won't be too difficult to say it's... So you're still getting EXP and level up for that. Okay. So who is awarding the EXP and level up stuff there? Someone is. Get active damage, do damage, add item once. And that's calling do work. We do want to decrease stamina. We do want to change the stamina. So someone is adding experience. So this is apparently getting called. Maybe. No, that's not getting called. Okay, well, we'll just go through to the attribute controller. And we'll just do add EXP. We'll put a breakpoint there. So apparently it does do damage. If HP get is equal to 0, return 0. We may as well keep it the same as this one. Okay, cool. So yeah, I think we might actually write this a little bit different. Because what we can do is we can go if auto prefab equals get inventory item controller, get prefab for the tree item ID. And then we're going to say if prefab has any property unbreakable, we need. Unbreakable. So if it's unbreakable, then we continue like that. And then we can just mark certain items as unbreakable, which means that you can't smash them up basically with the laser thing. So the inventory item list now, the tilled soft ground, wherever that is. Here it is. We've got decayable there. Unbreakable. We'll mark that as unbreakable, which hopefully means that this is now, we'll just use, this will work for all unbreakable items. Right, let's test that then. So if I do this now, there we go. So you can only take it so far. That's, those two blue tiles are tilled soft ground now. If you shock them, they don't do anything. But we can actually tick them eventually to disappear. So we have that decayable thing. I suppose that's what that decayable property means. Over time, they will disappear. You know, we need a decay rate and stuff. It's not just good enough to just say they're decayable. So we'll see if that was already doing something. World item get decay T. So it does have generated inventory item. Does have a decay T in it. Okay, so this is the idea then, that we can delay. So I actually already had this in the game. Put it back in then. Okay. So if this returns false, doesn't do anything apparently. There we go. It's an event called Gone Dark. Ah, right. So if it's, I think Gone Dark is when anything fades out, it sends the Gone Dark event when it's fully dark. Yeah. Which means we can do things like remove items, remove the world items, get decay T. So it's decay T on the world item there. Which basically just looks, just calls decay on the actual item. So to actually change this, we go for auto store and get inventory item, no, get world item controller. Item store for auto free in store. No, get world item controller. Get items of type world item Evo tree. Yes, what is it? Store ID. Item ID. So what we want to do is we're going to say if auto prefab equals get inventory item controller, get prefab free item ID. If prefab has any property inventory item property decayable, to get the item, get generated item, get item tree item ID. If item decay T is less than or equal to 0, store remove item free. Is it the item ID? What is it? I think it's just ID. And that will remove the item. So let's just see. Okay, so now I need to go to do an on dark event. An on dark event happens when we just make the screen dark. Here we go. Item decay T 109. So that's like 2 minutes or something. Let's make decay T for till ground soft, just like 1 to 2 seconds for now. We might actually be ticking them. either. Ticking the decay T. Okay, so if you leave the room, we didn't get any breakpoint or anything. So I didn't remove it. So it makes me think we're not actually ticking it. So the item decay T is 1.5 seconds, so it's not ticking it. So what we need to do is tick it. Could tick it actually here. So we can say if auto prefab equals get inventory item controller, get prefab can we say that get item, and does the item itself have the prefab in it? Yeah. If item prefab has any property, the inventory item property decayable, item decay T minus equals, well, equals BM not neg item decay T DT2. All right. Okay. That will just decay it then. Which means in theory now, we should have this system where we make the soft tilled ground tile, and then when we leave the room and come back, it should be gone. And then that means well, the tile will be gone. The Evo, there was still a sprite group there, wasn't there? Okay, so it's going to remove the item. It's got two. It's got the Evo tree, and then it's got the sprite group in it. So it didn't actually remove the world item. So when we come back, the sprites haven't grown back. That's something we need to sort out now. We'll just neaten this up a little bit because that's quite nesty. Can apparently do this. All of a sudden, world item controller's not there. And the inventory item controller is not there. Okay, that's legit. They can do this, that's crazy. Put semicolon there and that. Not sure if I like that. Semicolon in the middle of a statement. Right then, so to grow back, we need to set the H. We either need to just remove the sprite group from it, and that will grow the grass back. Okay, so there is a hole there. So if we leave and come back, that blue square has disappeared. But the grass needs to be there as well. How do we do that? So basically when we tick the sprite group, we could say if we're the only ones in the storage, we disappear. That doesn't really make a lot of sense though. So we could link the sprite group to an Evo tree. And then on the tick, we could check the link is still there. That might be a better way of doing it. So we do this, and then we do something like sprite group dot link with Evo tree or something. Or depends on Evo tree. So if the Evo tree disappears for tilled soft ground, the sprite group disappears. That isn't too bad, really. Okay, let's have a go with this anyway. So how do we want to do this? We might want to say something like void depends on like this. And then we want no. It's actually not in there. It's in or we could do something else. We could say class item type dependable type, dependent type. Check the spelling of that. And we'll just have const dependable type, dependable item, const dependent type, dependent item. Is this where remove item is? It's actually on the storage. So can you get an item by a store ID? So it'd be something like, so we need to get, we have the ID. Okay, so we could do something like struct world item dependency. Dependency. Dependable item ID. Dependent item ID. And we could just have an array of these. Dependencies. Dependent. My spelling is atrocious. That's fine. That's fine. Can we do review? How do you do? I'm gonna hash this. We'll just say we won't do that. We'll do a hash. We'll just say bool operator equals world item dependency other, and return dependable items equal to the other's dependable item ID, and the dependent item ID is equal to the other's dependent item ID. And then when we make a dependency, we're just going to go dependencies add unique. Dependable item ID is equal to the dependable items ID. We'll make it here. And the dependent ID. Rod, oh, welcome back. Rod by Jints. Doing all right, thank you. Just working through porting a bit of an older system to make it a little bit more flexible. To do with items in the world, like, well, defining regions in the world, in the game world, and then giving state to those regions, basically. It's a pretty generic system, so it doesn't really matter what you mean by state. The idea is you'd write little classes, and then you assign them to that region, and then those classes can tick. So I've got state for things like putting a loot bag in the world, so if you wanted to drop a loot bag in the world. And I've got stuff for giving sprites HP in the world. So I've got some grass that you can destroy, and the grass is obviously just like sprites that come in from the editor. So you can like put a region over the world and give that region HP. And then when that HP depletes to 0, you can remove all the grass in that area. So I'm doing stuff like that, really. Did have a system for that, but it wasn't as flexible. And it's probably going to be very useful in the game to have this. So I'm building it out very flexible, like as flexible as I can, really. It is quite complicated. It looks complicated, doesn't it? But the idea is to just write the system, and then I don't have to look at the system. Instead of adding to the system, I just write these little structures here. So this is the loot bag. This is the sprite group. So if you wanted to give sprites a HP, so you could assign this to any area. So if you wanted to give a tree HP, for instance, you'd put a little region over the tree, and then you'd make a sprite group, and the sprite group was responsible for HP of the tree. The Evo tree, so this is to do with planting. This one is the whole cycle of like dig the soil, put a seed in, water it, fertilize it, grow an apple seed into an apple tree. So this is like the evolution of an item over time. Not just like trees in like, you know, trees made of wood. Like this is an actual tree that you put a tree for anything really. Like I don't know. It's the tree as in one step after another, that type of tree. But it's going well. It's actually kind of nearly there now. And now we're just making it so you can add dependencies between them. So if you get rid of one, it could get rid of the other as well. So the idea is that you have the sprite group, which gives a bunch of grass HP. When you destroy the grass, you put an Evo tree in it, which is like a seed. And the seed could grow into a plant. But if you destroy the seed, you might want to destroy the sprite group as well. Which means the effect in the game means that the grass will grow back. Because all of a sudden the concept of a grass having HP won't exist. So the grass will just be there then. So this is the idea, that I can get the grass to grow back if you like destroy the item in the grass. Or another thing that I've got is decay. So if you don't water the plant, it could die. And then eventually the grass would grow back over the top of it. That's the idea. I'm sure I'll find more uses for it as well. There's probably loads of uses, like putting state on an area of the world somehow. So yeah, the system itself's complicated, but you just, after the system's written, you just worry about these little smaller structures. And you just use the system with the smaller structures. So the dependent ID is equal to the dependent item ID. Like that. The total time I've been working on the project. So the game, I started at the end of January. So about nearly 6 months. The engine I started about 20 months ago, I think. Nearly 2 years now, maybe. It's a custom engine as well. So that was the thing that I built first. So I'll see if this builds and I'll show you. Start it up. So I've been working on prototyping gameplay for ages, for like the last 6 months. So there's no real graphics as such. There's graphics that I've pulled in from older projects and stuff like that, but there's no graphics specifically done for this game yet. After we do the prototyping, so there's one more prototype to do, and that's player progression. So that's like how the player progresses through the game. So like skill trees and stuff like that, leveling up. And then we move on to out of kind of pre-production and on to more how the game's going to look and feel. Create the game for real, basically. Starting with the UI. So I'm going to rebuild the game UI, make it look awesome and feel awesome. Custom engine makes it more interesting. Yeah. I'm more like an engine guy, really. So the way that this world item stuff works is, so this Sven here in the game will be a robot. because it's like a sci-fi gardening game. And this is the grass, the test grass that I've got. So you can like fire his lightning thing into the ground and create these little areas. So this is like the representation for the tilled, like the ground that's ready to plant in. So there's no graphics, just blue square at the moment, but there will be nice graphics eventually. So this is this world system in place now. So it's marked these 2 areas here as ground. And then it also gave them HP, which I could deplete with the lightning shock thing. And once it's to 0, it makes it tilled ground. And then the next step, which I haven't got to yet, is the code is all there, it just needs testing, is to like plant stuff in the ground. It was all working, it's just a new system, so it just needs testing with the new system basically. So the specific thing that I'm just working on is that this blue square has a decay, which means if you just leave it, it will decay to 0 eventually. And then where I've got it rigged up now is when you leave the room and come back, the blue square is gone because it's decayed to 0, so it's no longer plantable zone. So this could happen actually, you know, you could like set this to any time you want, so it could be like the next day. If you don't plant anything by the next day, it's gone. And now I'm just working on making the grass grow back. You need testers. Yeah, I'll probably like release demos. You know, we're right at the beginning. This is a multi-year thing, I would say. I've been working on it for 6 months. It might take 3 or 4 years eventually to make this game. But that's fine. I'm not really doing it to like, you know, make loads of money or anything. I just do it because I love it. And then this is the engine. So this is the editor for the engine. So you can do stuff like just design the world, you know. It's got shadows in it. It does have lights in it. Shadows, lights. The grass moves with the wind and stuff. You can do like ponds, make rivers, and the rivers have like reflections. And then you can do stuff like, it's got these trees and stuff. So this is a combat tree for one of the creatures. I've just finished last couple of days prototyping combat. So this is like the behavior tree for a creature that you can do combat with. I'll show you. So like this is a fast travel. It's got a couple of fast travel systems in the games. This is like a teleporter, so you can teleport to other parts of the game world. Oh, cheers, man. Yeah, great. So this is combat that I've just finished. So this is like an enemy. So I won't have swords in the game. It's going to be more of a sci-fi game, but I only had like a sword character. So right now he doesn't do me damage. But you can do damage. He can do me damage. I'll have to figure out why not. But I can do him damage. Hit him with my sword, and he has like status effects that he can give me. So that was a knockdown there where I like fell over, and he can like bite me with his pincers, and I can get poisoned, and then I can, so poison works, that depletes the HP, and then I can kill him, and he has a terrible death animation, but we'll work on the death animation. And then you can take loot from him. So that's like the whole kind of combat loop, basics of combat. And then we'll do another pass in a year or so. Put more in. Yeah, so the monsters drop. The idea of the game is you're on a space station. It's like a big space station. And you're a gardener. So you like look after the green areas of the space station and you plant gardens. And you do quests, and some of the quests will mean going down to like planets. And that's where the monsters come in. So the planets, you know, you can get resources or loot off the monsters, or, you know, pick plants from the planets or whatever and take them back to the base and use on your gardens. So like combat's not going to be like a big part of the game, I don't think, but it is going to be there in some respect. So yeah, you get your ideas. The monsters would drop loot and give you experience and stuff when you kill them. So yeah, what I've done now is I've created this dependable thing. So you can say, get world item controller now. Depends on. Well, I've called it depends on. It should be called create dependency probably. So the sprite group is dependent on the Evo tree. That's what that means. So if the Evo tree disappears, the sprite group disappears. That was the plan. Because when the Evo tree disappears when you walk out the room, because it's decayed to 0. And then if the sprite group also disappears, that means the grass will be there. Spell this right. So this is gone. This code's gonna come along and fire when it wants to make the ground into tilled soft ground. So I'll just put a breakpoint there, and then we'll just check that we create this dependency. And then when we remove the dependent item, is it? Let's get my the way around, the right way around. Dependable. So sprite group. I might change the names because it's not clear to me. I might just call them source and destination. Because I'm never going to remember the difference between dependable and dependent. So this is dependent on that. That's why I'm going to work it. Well, that's the way it's going to be. So create dependency, source item destination. So that is dependent on that. The source item. Maybe I should just write dependent item. That is dependent on that. So I'm just going to call this this item is dependent on this item. Be really specific about it. I might actually this item ID. Is dependent on this item. So this item ID is dependent on this item ID. There we go. That's very explicit. I'm not going to get mixed up with that. So this item, the sprite group, is dependent on the evo tree. So if the evo tree disappears, the sprite group disappears. Let's build that then. And then when we do remove item, we need to look to remove all the dependencies first. So it's going to have kind of almost have to be recursive, this. Because we might have this item is dependent on this item, but this item might be dependable for another item as well. So we're going to have something called get dependable items or something. Get dependent items. So TArray Vue64 get dependent items dependent on this. So for auto D dependencies, if D is dependent on this item equal dependent on this. We just say result to add unique D. No. This item. Return the result like that. Dependent on this. So that returns all the items that are dependent on this item. So for auto dependent item get world item get dependent items on item ID. And then we're going to go remove item dependent item. So let's just see what happens there. So now, if we destroy the grass, go out of the room, this should fire and it should move the sprite group that's responsible for the grass's HP as well. And the result should be the grass is growing back. Okay. So we've put 2 end frame events in. So we basically do want to remove 2 items there. So we're removing the tilled soft ground item. I don't think that worked. Oh, it's still a hole there. Ah, look. No, that should be fine. That should be fine. Ah, right, okay. So we need to get the storage ID, I think. It should be the same storage ID in this case, but yeah, we would need this ID is could be different for the dependent item. Anyway, let's see. That should work though in this case, but then we do need to actually change it a little bit. It's 733. So we want to call remove item on 733. And now we're back to 317, sorry. Okay. So this is 733. Got 2 items in it. I'm looking for item 733. Which is none of those. 317. That's 941. So it didn't remove anything there. Okay, so what's going on there then? So let's have a look at the dependencies. Oh, but it's not even showing up in the debugger. (733). So let's have a look at the get world item controller. Got 1 in it. This is complete junk. To rebuild it. It hasn't built it properly. And then let's just check where we actually are linking them properly. The sprite group to the Evo tree. So the sprite group depends on the Evo tree. And we're trying to delete the Evo tree So it should delete the sprite group as well. Hey, Miss Sylph, Mr. Sylph, how's it going? Haven't seen Visual Studio in years. Cozy. Yeah, it's nice. I like it. Hope you're alright. Welcome. Working on a little bit of... Working on a system to give areas in the world that you can define state. So you can just put state on an area in the world. Whatever state you want, really. So it's a pretty generic system, but it's very useful. It means, you know, if I want to drop a loot bag in the world, I can just say the loot bag is here. I can say this area of the world contains a loot bag, and then I can tick that area of the world to see if the player walks over the top of it to try and pick up a loot bag. Or all sorts of things. Specifically, I'm doing this planting thing at the moment. So you can destroy the grass. So there's an area over the world that I've placed there which gives this area HP, and when it gets to 0 the grass will disappear. And then there's another area which now says there's this blue square here which indicates that it's ground that is plantable in, so we can plant in that area. What I'm particularly working on is now when we leave the room, I've got it set up so this can decay and disappear. The blue square disappears, but the grass doesn't grow back. So I'm making the grass grow back. So if you don't plant in it, the grass would grow back after a certain amount of time. Okay. So the dependencies now. So 733 is dependent on 887. So we're removing 733 because we're trying to remove 887. So that'll put something in there. And then we're back to 887. Okay, so we're going to remove 733 now. So the star item, it's got 2 items in it. So now this is 713. So where did it get 733 from? To check what 733 is. So I'm just working out, trying to get through this code basically. Try and get it to work. So we make one of those areas, walk out the room. So now we're on 496. It gives it different IDs all the time, which is unfortunate really, but it's fine. So 733. It could be the item ID. The item store. The Evo tree. Item ID is 465, so it's not that. 496. So what I want to know is where 733 actually comes from. Let's put a breakpoint there. This creates the dependency. Obviously, the Evo tree has a different ID. So the Evo tree is 093. The sprite group is 773. Does this actually change? Ooh, it's changing. What's going on there then? Well, actually, it might change because I'm probably moving it around a bit. The ID itself shouldn't change. Got 733 and 093, which should correspond to the IDs of these. 177 093. So the sprite group's ID is changing. The sprite group's ID is 733 and the storage ID is 733. Actually, that's junk. Ah, yes, I know what's going on. It's getting reallocated. Okay, we can't do that. We need to save the ID. So when we do this, it obviously allocates over the top. So we need to get this back out again. We could just do this with IDs. It just means we wouldn't. We could be creating dependencies among any two numbers there. But it would be safer. So this would become a lot simpler. With this item ID, it's dependent on this item ID. So that is sprite group. So we need to actually save out the ID here. Ooh. Is a bit sketchy. I mean, I think the better thing to do would be to actually say you can have a dependency. So essentially, this goes private. And add item once. Here. Pass in a dependency item, which is a sprite group. Like that. So class dependent. Dependency item. So the dependent item, it depends on sprite group. That's the wrong way around, really. It's dependent item. So that would be const dependent item type dependent item. So we do U64 this item, dependent item. Dependent item ID. It's the dependent item ID, right? And then we go auto result is that. And we do create dependency. And then return the result like that. I think that is kind of nicer, and we don't create the dependency there. So let's put a breakpoint there. So this just looks like the game region, the dependent item type, and the item type. So this is the item that's dependent, which is the sprite group. If we make this hole in the ground, I'm going to create this dependent item now. So the dependent item ID is 329. We had the result. See, now this is different. This has gone to 733 because we've actually overwritten this. Now with this, we've allocated and moved everything across. So now we create a dependency between these two items. This item is dependent on this item. Great. So now when we walk out of the room, it's 329. Right, so now we're going to put a deleter in for 329. And then we're going to put a deleter in for 413. Okay, so now this should remove. And then this should remove. And then this should actually remove the entire storage away. There we go. So now if we go back in, the grass is back. Awesome. The only question is that we need to actually get the store from the item ID, from the dependent item. Because we might be making it dependent on an item in a different store. So we're going to do opref what's this return? What is this? Opref world item storage. And then we're going to do storage is equal to store.find this ID. If not storage, we need to do a bit of a longer path. And finally, if we don't have it, we return. And then this is just storage. So this one, we need to actually find it based on the item ID, which is a bit more work. And this will handle like a dependency chain. So if things become dependent on things, which become dependent on things, which become dependent on things, we should remove the whole chain doing this way. So this longer path, we need to do, let's do get world item controller, get item based on the item ID, but we need a type for that. So what we're going to do is we're going to have to go through them. For auto store in get, well, it's in store. For auto in s dot items I dot okay, so we need to do it for every store, basically. We need to do this for every store. You know, we could just actually do this in the world item controller itself as well. Essentially, we need this in here. So we could go in the world item controller. We could have void remove item ID. This which does this. Copy all this. Nope. Which just takes the item ID, not this ID anymore. And it does this. And this as well. So let's call this what did we call this? Item store. And that's just storage. And then we can do remove item. Can disappear out of here. Yeah, that's just storage dot, and that's just storage dot. And this is obviously, you don't need any get world item controllers in it anymore because we are in the world item controller ourselves now. Invossi, hey, how's it going? Okay, so this actually now needs to be 4S in item store. And this is item store S. item store. S. This is just item store. Remove S. S minus minus. Oh really? You're still on with the C stuff. Nice. It's a different type of programming, isn't it? So this is get world item controller, remove item. Yeah, it is. Yeah, for sure. You know, we could put one actually in the storage as well. Put it in both. And this could do S dot remove item. Item star S remove item. No, we won't. We'll keep it in one place to make it easy. Render different issues. Okay. Yeah. I always tend to start hard coded, kind of, unless I know already what to do generically, and then make it more and more generic as I go, if I need to. Yeah. It's a good skill to be able to, you know, get world item controller. It's a good skill to be able to abstract things if you can further and further up. The hard part is generalizing. Yeah, that's the skill for sure. Store remove item. So this is even simpler. This is get world item controller. Or remove item tree. ID. Yeah, the generalizing is the thinking outside the box bit. And that's the kind of muscle that you train in your brain to become a better programmer, yeah. So we do want to check this. So this is get world item controller, remove. So we've just changed the way we remove items out of the world, essentially. Because we've made world items can be dependent on other world items being there now. Which means when the world item that gets deleted, if anything's dependent on it, that needs to get deleted as well. That's why we needed to change this remove item. So this will set deleters at the end of the frame for all the full dependency chain. So now we can have items dependent on items, dependent on items, dependent on items, dependent on items. And then when you delete the most dependent or the most dependable node, everything else gets deleted, which is good. Test that out by just walking out of the room. Okay, so this was sent from fade screen, right? So we've got a dependent item, and we're going to set at the end of the frame to delete this item. And then we're going to do another set at the end of the frame to delete the original item. So we're going through everything. There's only one item store. But what it means is that we're searching in every item store for every item, which is good because before we were just searching in one item store. And obviously dependent items might not be in the same store, so we need to search all of them. There we go. And then it just deletes this item store. And there's nothing left. So when we go back, the grass should be there. So let's test that without breakpoints. And when we go back, the grass is there again. So the idea behind this is you make an area be ready to plant, and then if you leave it too long, the grass grows back, which is great. Obviously the grass grows back in 2 seconds. That won't be a real thing. We can define it. We can say it grows back between 1 to 2 minutes. Now, okay, the next step then is planting a seed. To see if that still works. So we're going to plant an apple seed. So I pressed the number 1 there, which means select an apple seed out of the hotbar. So this, what did it do? It's trying to set the target. So Evo trees. There's a tilled ground soft there. So get the prefab. And the prefab says, I've got 3 properties on it. Plantable. Plantable in. So we're going to set the planting context. Execute hotbar item. So I think that worked. That worked. Okay, so now it's saying we can't plant in there. So it's looking for tilled soft ground there. So So it's targeting the right place. It's saying there's no Evo tree there though. -10. -9.5. Ah, right. Okay, so this location is smaller. ID4. So it has to think go in the ID. We've both got ID4. No, do they? Yeah, they do. Okay. I want to know where this is set actually. So it's set with the movement controller's location. So the position is 9-3. This position is 9-3, so it has to go on position. So I think we need another get items. Which is specifically position based. Yeah, I think we need to do that because reticles can be different sizes. It can be like so we need to get all the items in from a certain position. Okay, so we're going to template class item type TArray item type pointer get items const vec2. Well, it would be a game location, or maybe we get the ID by the center of the Get the ID by the center of the region, but that wouldn't work either. So const game location. So if store.region.room is equal to location.region, location.room. And start.region.bounds.intersect location.position. Result.add. Well, it would be result copy from get items, item type, store.region. Do that and return result. Now the problem with this is that it might not know which one to pick. This is location.asLocation. So this needs to really be called region. And this needs to be region.asLocation. This is region as well. Awesome. So it couldn't pick the world items because the region was different. It cannot actually tell the difference between these. Can I do this? To make them explicit. Cannot be declared with explicit, it says. That's a shame. That is a shame. You can't do that. I mean, you probably can't. How do I get the... You can't tell the difference because one's derived from another. How do I get it to pick then? So class location type, and then we're going to have to require standard is same location type game location. I wonder if that will help. Yeah, that worked. As long as it did work. We'll check that. So that would be in this. I'll just have to check this, that it goes through the right code path. You want it to go through the location code path. It does. There we go. So we get our Evo tree back. Okay, so now we should be able to plant. We can plant. Brilliant. It's green, which means it works. So if I press 1... Okay. So target, what is target? Target is a region. So this is probably going to be empty. So this needs to be target as location as well. Just can get the tree. It's tilled soft ground. So we're transferring whatever is in slot 0 into the world there. Woot Dragon, hey, how's it going? Then we'll do work and we'll add experience. There we go. So we planted an apple seed. Difficult to actually see it. It is there. I can see it. So that would be on tick of the Evo tree. So all we're doing That's what I think I want to do. Hope you're alright anyway. Just working on, still working on this world item stuff, world item system. It's going alright now, getting there. You can plant seeds again. A bit difficult to see them, so I think what I'm going to do is just have some kind of pseudo random colour generator. So this doesn't actually need to scale on the prefab reticle size anymore, which is lovely. What we can do is we can just go storage region bounds. There. And then we're just going to draw quad outline in world stroke 2. So we'll just draw an outline of a white outline. It's been modified for now. But what I want to do is some kind of pseudo random color generator. So we're going to go float color from hex. Hash 32. Item. So we need the item prefab for this. Maybe we need the item we just need the item in general, don't we? So if not item, get inventory item controller. No. Get world item controller. Remove item. Just this ID, isn't it? Return. So item's guaranteed to be there. So it's item dot prefab type. Okay. So I'll just create different colors for different types of items, which means hopefully we'll be able to see the different types of items we plant on the ground in a way that doesn't look very good, but at least we'll be able to see them. Yeah, we might just cash out Z. C. But this new system is turning out to be pretty good, I think. We'll get out of the complexities of it soon. That's pixels to world 2. Alright, so it's green now. And then if we plant an apple seed, we have a little square on it. So I think what we need to do is we need to actually output what type of item is there. So we're just going to go get game HUD draw label in world. The position, do storage dot region dot bounds dot top left. The color, don't think I have to worry about the color. The string, we just want to be the item prefab type, like that. So if this works, it's coffee time. So this will just draw, just for debugging purposes really, what type of item has been planted in the ground. Then we can, because we're going to work on the actual evolution tree yet, just next, and just see if we can get it to go through its full evolution tree. It's got a couple of paths. The apple seed, I think it can either decay into a withered husk, or it can grow into an apple tree if you fertilize it. So we'll see if that works still. Okay, so we've got tilled ground soft and then apple seed. So if this system is hooked up, it should eventually decay into a withered husk because we're not actually fertilizing it. I don't know when that happens though. So I'm going to make a cup of coffee and go for 2 minutes and we'll see. We will see if it decays into a withered husk by the time I've got back. Back in 2 minutes. It's already a withered husk, it decayed. That's good. Alright, back in 2 minutes. Alright, I'm back. So now we need to see if we can get something to grow into an apple tree. So do that over here. So we need to do apple seed and then cosmic sludge. And it's got the white border, which means it is modified, it's fertilized. So I went to withered husk, that didn't work. I think all I've got to do is fertilize it. So let's figure out why that didn't work. So the Evo tree. Reset tick. So it should go to apple tree shoot when you fertilize it. Ah, right. So this is what we were doing with the depth. We've seen how far down the tree goes. Growing trees. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So I know why that didn't work. So we do need the depth. Well, let's see. Let's just actually watch this. How far down the rabbit hole goes. I know. Like, this was working. It's just because I've changed the system, so it's ironing it all out. So if I cosmic sludge it, and then we check this tree. So there's one evolutionary tree in there. It's got 4 nodes. So let's watch it. So currently the tree type is apple seed. So it can't do that. So it's the apple tree shoot that it should be able to do. Oh, thanks, Woot Dragon. Yeah, the sounds there just when you get a little notification. I'm not sure if it's going to be the real sound in the real game or not. Everything's placeholder. So this node should pass its conditions. The condition, got one condition on it, which it doesn't tell me what it is. Oh, it does. Item is modified. Functor. Functor is cosmic sludge. Item ID 262 to cosmic sludge. Oh, bro. Hope you're having a good time with it. What's interesting is the nat viz is not showing there. So let's see if we can get the nat viz to show. It's a condition node. So condition set. So it's a hybrid. It's an array of hybrid lambda 32s. So why isn't the nat viz showing? Type BM condition is modified. Functor. Don't know. Anyway, so it's not saying, it's not detecting that it's modified. Get linked item. 262. Item links. 462 it says. So there's no link. Okay, let's have a look at that then. So Let's go to inventory item controller, modify item is modified. Is there a modify item? Link item. Link item. Pretty sure it's this. It links the apple seed with the cosmic sludge. Okay. So the item ID, 462 to 465. Apply item modifier. World item. Okay, transfer item into world. Okay, so apply item modifier. Okay. So this isn't using the new system, this part of code. So transfer item into world game location. That's just like literally throwing it into the void. So this is using the create world item, which is the old system. This is the only place it's called. Target here is a game region. Okay. So if you do a game location, what does it do? It sets the region, turns it into a region ID, turns it into a region with the grid size. Okay, we have a region. So this is basically this. And it returns an opt-ref world item. So we'll just do this again to actually not return a world item, but to return the new item ID. How does the region work? Item ID is last ID. Opt-ref U64. It's just 0. 12 buttons at all times, yeah. That's cool. That's one of the things I want to work on hard on this game, is making the user interface nice and easy. I want the game to be easy to play, for sure. Okay. So this is item ID. Whoops. Item ID. Cool. Right then, so this in theory now uses the new system. Which means it should go to an apple tree shoot. And then an apple tree eventually. Okay. Transfer item into world. So what's interesting there is it doesn't actually give a proper region. So that's like into the void, transferring it into the void. Like, we do kind of want to link it. It's like transferring it into the void there. There's no place where it's going. Which is potentially a memory leak, I would say. I mean, it's not leaked. We can always free it, but it will never get freed. You know, we need to know where to put it. We need to know where to put this new item in the world. So we have the item ID. We have the item ID. We don't have the tree ID though. So is this the only place where you apply an item modifier? It is. So we could actually pass in the target. So we could say we do link it, so we don't actually need to even create a world item, I don't think, for that. Transfer item into world. Maybe we could get rid of this call completely. I suppose it's because the item has to go somewhere. So we're saying like just transfer it into the void here. But it is still linked to the apple seed item. So when we pick the apple tree, so what I think really what this means is we do that. We only create a world item out of it if there's a location. Room. Basically. That means we can cast them into the void and it won't leak. I mean, it's not leaking. It won't create a world item because we don't need it. We could have like a cast item into the void. Call. So I want to say here, I want to say if region.room as well. So if you put in an empty region, it won't make a world item out of it because it's not in the world because there's an empty region. It kind of logically makes sense. So now when we transfer the item into the world, we just don't create an Evo tree out of it because there's nowhere in the world we're putting it really. And now we link those items together. Creates an inventory link. And we do some work. Okay, so now when we actually tick the tree set, should be able to see that it's modified in theory. So I don't think that worked. So we do need to actually set it to the depth, the deepest, the max tree depth. So condition. Item is type withered husk, which is not true. Item is type apple tree, not true. Apple tree shoot. So this condition is item is modified. The item ID is 262, so the item ID is wrong. So that's wonder why. Item ID 262. How many Evo? How many? It's probably because it's the wrong. How many of these have we got? Let's just go from here. There's 2 of these. And that's an Evo tree with item 262. And it's got a tree set. 4 nodes. So we want to actually follow this one. This one here, this storage. .262. So we didn't modify 262 though. Okay. So this is where we're linking the items together. Hi Just Ghost, hey, how's it going? Welcome back. Just working on planting stuff into the ground and growing trees at the moment, which is nice. So 465, apply item modifier. So this is the context target. So this needs to include everything. Hey, you alright?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, not bad, thank you.
Better than it was yesterday.
Feeling a bit better, that's good. Fixing to start your day. Just woke up, nice one. I'm just working on a system to put state into areas of the world. So this get items here needs to work a little bit more like this one, actually. Where this location is this region. Okay then. Fixing to start my day like that. Plan for me is just to work through this world item system. And then I'm going to move on to a bit of memory optimization stuff, which is engine stuff really, which is nice. Okay. I'll put a breakpoint there. So we've got one thing in the item store. That's infinite looping. That's infinite looping. To say bleed system that you can interact with. Swap it over to BP. What do you mean by BP? That sounds fun. Sounds cool. Oh, a blueprint, right? Okay. What, so you can like run through it and stuff, and it will bounce off you or whatever, or at least just interact with it in some way. So I'm going to say if star ID is not equal to get star ID, get world item ID region, and let's see if that stops the loop. Blueprint, so Unreal Engine then, yeah, cool. Good luck with that. Sounds fun. Okay, now my tech, I'm going to say my tech bar's not there, but it's because I'm not the droid. Okay. Ah, no. This needs to do this. So this is region ID, well, ID equal to get region ID. No, this is no good. When it's on the ground, you can interact. Ooh, nice one. That sounds well good. It sounds well good. Okay, so this get items here. No, that's ID. Maybe that will just work like that actually. I think that'll probably be better. So where are we here? World item Evo tree. And this has only got in it sprite group, so that was fine. Why is this? It's not allowing me to call get items. Something weird's going on there. That should be going down into here. Try that again. So we're looking for an Evo tree. The item store does have an Evo tree in it. The region is -82. Okay, so this should come through. Get items. This is not even built, this. This is something's going on here. Confusing. And this can be star.id as well, actually. Okay. So once we have the thing growing into an apple tree, we need to do the picking of the tree, which I'm pretty sure uses the old world item system as well. All right, let's try that again. All right, so we're going to try and get something from the impact target. There's nothing in there at the moment, so that returns 0. This one is trying to change the HP. So it needs to get all of the items in this the store. Okay, do it again. So we do have an item store now. So this should actually, here we go. So now it's actually working properly. So it didn't add anything in it. So what is it looking for? A world item Evo tree, and there's only a sprite group in there. And this one's looking for an Evo tree. That's got an Evo tree in it. So they've both got an Evo tree in them. So we're essentially now returning 2 results. So that is the tilled soft ground, and this is the apple seed. I'm actually looking for that one. So this appears to be working now. Okay, so we'll modify it. So we'll link it. And then when we're actually now going to go and tick the Evo tree, so it should be able to go to an apple tree shoot now. No, this one. Item links 262 to 465. Prefab type. Cosmic sludge, child type cosmic sludge, so we can. So that returns true. We set the type to apple tree shoot. So we can go straight to apple tree actually. Cool. So it went straight to apple tree. That might be fine. So it's going straight to apple tree. So that final hang on. Final condition check didn't work. So go back to here again. Oops. So this node is how we get it to an apple tree, which is item is older than 30 in-game minutes. Type apple tree shoot is older than 30 in-game minutes. So we didn't actually set the type change time there when we changed it to an apple tree. That's why that didn't work. So we are meant to set this. This has to. It has to set actually whenever we. So this is, yeah, it's because it's ticking 2 times. It's ticking, changing the type. And it needs to record the time it changed the type immediately. So we do this, we change the type. So this needs to be type change time, but then this is going to happen every frame. It's like if type out is not equal to node name, do it. So basically it's set to be an apple tree shoot, and then it came out of there and then it ticked to the next one, which set it immediate to be an apple tree. I wonder how this was working before. Was it in the ground controller before? Nope. Tick stage nodes. Item type is older than. Maybe that's actually implemented incorrectly. Oh yeah. We have to say if tree we have to get the actual item type out of it. If auto prefab equals get inventory item controller, get prefab for the item ID. And the prefab type is equal to the type. We do it. Let's try that. We're not actually testing the type there. We're just saying that the item is older than. So that's identical to this one, which is not correct. We want to check that the item type is older than 30 minutes. That should make it work. We'll put a breakpoint here. Shalungas. Wow, that's it. Thanks for the follow. That got me to 100 followers, that. Thank you very much. Hope you're alright. If you've got any questions, then yeah, let me know. Much appreciated. There we go, that returns false. Thank you. So it's still Appleseed. Okay, so I think it's because type out. I'm actually setting. So we need to go type out is equal to node.type, node.name. Just working on making trees grow at the moment. Conceptually, not really, there's no art for it. Just putting the system in so we can evolve items over time. So if I do this, we plant an apple seed, and if I fertilize it, it goes to apple tree shoot. And then if we wait a bit now, it should go to apple tree. "30 in-game minutes," it says. There we go. Now it's an apple tree. Right then, so you can grow apple trees. There's no art. Eventually we'll have art. But there's no There's no art yet. So this won't quite work because we need to see how we need to get a depth basically. So we need S32 depth. I could probably actually make this default to 0. Like this. And then we need to go depth plus plus, depth minus minus. Tesla TK, how's it going? How would you manage the lifetime of your objects? Global storage, bind their lifetime to a hierarchy. So there are a couple of ways that I do this. So I have a temporary allocator, which, so there's an array, right? And for all these data structures, there's also something called a T array or a T hash table or whatever, or a T anything, T string. And that's temporary. So that means that the memory will be alive for a couple of frames. So if you just want to do something like scratch calculation, you put it in a T array or a T string or something, which doesn't need freeing. And also the allocation's really fast because it's just a stack. It's just like pushes onto a stack. And then there's the array, which is the global heap, really. And that will stay alive. So if I do array in I, that needs freeing. But it'll get freed at the end of scope anyway. And I also tend to not hold on to pointers and references in global scope, or in, you know, high up in scope really. I use IDs for everything, so handles basically. And then the systems themselves, so these controllers that I build, they're like the big gameplay systems. They hold all the handles, and then they just get emptied at the end of the game or when you want to reload a save or something. So it's like kind of pooled, I suppose, if that's what you mean by a lifetime. I don't use like shared pointer or unique pointer or anything like that. I just have big systems that hold the memory, and then it gets emptied when the game needs to empty itself. You know, if you load a save and you want to go back to a previous state of the game, it needs to empty the entire game, and then the new game gets loaded back in again. But I'm basically never calling new or delete or malloc or free anywhere. And if you don't ever do that, then lifetime management becomes really easy. Like in my day-to-day code, I don't do that. I have containers that do all that for me, such as array. But you can get away with doing 90% of everything in the temporary allocator. You know, so you could just use that, and then you never have to worry about freeing anything. So I don't think we need to do that even. We just have to say depth +1 there. It's interesting to see how I handle it in C++. Yeah, yeah. No problem, Tesla tick. Because it's a framed application, meaning it's in a loop, you can do a lot of kind of optimization with that. You know, that things that you can make something get touched every frame, like the temporary allocator, which means that every frame or two, or I think, I can't remember when it gets freed. I think it's alive for 2 frames. It gets emptied. And then there's just a contract. You just know if you're using a T array, don't rely on that memory being there the next frame. And then there's the chance for the game to clean itself up is usually on a game load. When you load to a new game, that's when everything gets a chance to get emptied out. And then, we'll keep track of the memory as the game gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And if it becomes like a problem, we'll write some other places where the memory can get emptied, such as like changing rooms or something like that, when the screen goes to black. So handle despawning on the master blueprint that destroys items 5 minutes after they spawn in. Yeah. So my plan for handling multiple instances of items is to reuse them, I think. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say you've got an enemy and then you kill it and then you go to the next room and there's another instance of the enemy. I'll probably just reuse that enemy. That enemy in memory. Could give it a different kind of skin or something. And just try and pool everything up all the time. That's probably what I'm going to... I haven't actually done any entity instance stuff yet, really. And that is on the list of stuff to do. I don't think there won't be much need to instance enemies. Instance things other than enemies, I would say. Yeah, that's the plan, yeah. So we actually only want to set this type out if the depth is bigger than like a maximum depth. Making this of everything. Yeah. Trying to remember how I do instancing for rendering. I don't think the default renderer has instancing. I don't think. Or it's handled a slightly different way. So rather than have a vertex buffer and just draw the same vertex buffer in different places with instancing, I think it caches so it builds up vertex buffers and caches them, and then if it gets to drawing it again, it just does the cached draw instead. But there's no instant draw call, I don't think. So it would be 2 draw calls to draw 2 things, but each vertex buffer is made up of like multiple things. Do you know what I mean? So you wouldn't have to do like 200 draw calls to do 200 things. It'd be like 2 draw calls, 100 things each. So it's done that way, I think. Materials and everything cause the distance sucks. Alright, okay. Draw calls suck. Yeah. So there's not many draw calls. So the instancing kind of happens, like everything is very aggressively batched in the renderer. So even if you do like 1,000 draw calls on the front end of the renderer, it's probably going to end up being like a couple of draw calls on the back end of the renderer after it's done all of its processing. And then it will save those little buffer segments for the next frame, because it relies on the fact that most of the time the scene is not going to change much. So it keeps them around, and then if the scene hasn't changed, it just reuses everything. It just does the draw call. It doesn't have to upload anything to the GPU or anything. It just does the draw call again. Some of your objects have links to each other. How do you propagate a knowledge between objects that some of them were destroyed and handles need to be removed? You do it by, so if you call to get something with a handle or an ID, it can return that it doesn't exist anymore. It's basically what it does. It's basically what everything does. So I make heavy usage of like standard optional, and I have a opt ref, which is standard optional of a reference, which is actually going into C++26 now, so I'll be able to use standard optional of a reference. So if you go like, get me this item, get me this potion, and the potion's been destroyed, it just returns that the potion doesn't exist. So you can't do that, it just doesn't do that code, essentially. The use a valid node is valid node. Yeah. It's similar, yeah. So I'll do like look, get item ID, if not item. Say that this, you couldn't create this tree. And it all just works like that. I think standard optional is one of the, well, that's an opt ref, that, so it's a reference version of standard optional. I think that standard optional like has a big bang for its buck in C++. Completely like changes the way you design code, just that one structure. And it basically like means it got rid of almost all of my asserts and stuff. Like the alternative way to do this is assert that the item exists or something. If this had to be a reference, you would have to assert the item exists first, otherwise you get like a struct as null thing come in. So it got really like completely changed the way that I do these things, and it means that like the game's quite good at not crashing as well, which is good. If an item just doesn't exist, it should just be fine. It should just be like, oh well, we couldn't do that thing, sorry. we were working on the depth thing, weren't we? So you can only change this. So we need to save the maximum depth out. So this needs like S32 depth max. Let me just go, if depth is greater than or equal to depth max. Is that right though? No. If depth is greater than depth max is depth. Maybe it's that. So you don't hold references inside objects. So references, yeah, no, not really, no. I do use references, but only like get the thing as a reference, then use it, then don't worry about it after that. So if I wanted to get the actual item, so I'll go get inventory item controller, get item, and that's an ID, so like 23. And that actually returns the item itself. This could be optional. This is optional, so this could not be set. If you put in an incorrect item ID, this would be not set. And then if you wanted to actually, in anywhere else in the code, store an item, you just store the ID instead. You wouldn't actually store the item or a pointer to the item or anything like that. You would just store the ID. That tends to be the way I do it. And it's got the added benefit is I can use the same ID in a different system to link the two systems together. So if I wanted like, I don't know, so say this is an item, and then I wanted like auto item buff or something. So say you could like make potions twice as strong. Then you could call the item, give the item buff 23 as well. The item buff ID 23. And you'd know that that item and that item buff are linked together by the ID 23. So I do that a lot. So it's quite nice. So if I wanted to get any item buffs on this item, I would probably pass 23 to get a list of the item buffs on the item. Something like that. Stuff like that happens all the time. I don't do any hierarchy stuff really. It's very flat. There's just controllers, which are like big systems that are in control of certain gameplay features. And if they want to talk to each other, they do it through IDs. Yeah. But the controllers hold all the memory. And then if you just want to empty the items, say you wanted to empty all of the items out of the game, you would just get the inventory item controller and call empty on it. And then that would delete all the items. And then if there was someone else holding like item ID 23 and it tried to call it, it would say, well, that item is not there. And then you just handle what happens if the item is not there, you know. But one of the things is all these systems are kind of emptied together. So I wouldn't just empty the item controller on its own. they all get emptied at the same time. So in theory, like, everything just resets, and then you just start creating items and start using them again. So you shouldn't actually get into that state where you're looking for a null or an item that doesn't exist. That's not to say that other classes can't have arrays of objects in. They can. That's totally fine as well. But it's pretty... Yeah, no problem, Tesla Tick. It's been pretty good so far. It's been pretty flexible. Okay, so what we want to do to actually make this testable, we probably want to put this one like after this one. My only concern is, yeah, I think this would be fine. My only concern was if this and this was 0 on the first call, but then type out, it'd be impossible to set it anyway. Oh no, you could set it. You could set it. So maybe this comes in as -1 like that. We'll try it anyway. I don't know if this is even gonna work. So we need to get again where the item is modified. So this is link item together. So this link item is a good example. These are two item IDs, and you link items together. So you can say that this item's been modified by this item, but it just links two numbers together. And then when we actually empty the inventory item controller, we empty the links as well. But yeah, I don't really tend to save pointers anywhere. I have containers to do all that type of stuff for me, but I don't really save pointers in state anywhere. They're meant to be around for longer than a frame. Not in the gameplay code anyway. You're doing the engine code. Okay, so we're going to link them. So now let's tick this tree. So now this one is third. Oh, well, that didn't work very well. Let's try it again. So it sets it to an apple tree shoot. I mean, it's failing all the other conditions, so we don't have really a test case. We'd have to make one, I think. So let's put this one back here. And then we want to add another stage. The item is older than 0 minutes. And then we'll add another stage. Yeah, that should actually do it actually, because that'll immediately set to apple tree. So we want one like that and one like that with 30 minutes on, whatever, 20 minutes. So this is going to come through and it's going to immediately set to apple tree. This one's going to come through and it's going to try and set to apple tree shoot, but it won't be able to because the depth won't be set. So let's try that. We do need a breakpoint there again. Okay. So there's 5 nodes now. So this is going to come along and it's going to hopefully be able to get it all the way to apple tree. This one. So it's apple tree shoot. Okay, couldn't get it to apple tree. Maybe we'll be able to next frame. Two, three, four. So it's this one, I believe. So that's item is modified with toxic sludge, which it is. So it sets it to apple tree shoot. And then this one, it should be able to do this condition. Unless I've set it up wrong. Two, 5, 7, 9. 2, 5, 7, 7, 9. 2, 5, 8, 1, 4. So that is true. So now we're setting the depth max to be 1 and the type to be apple tree. And then when I come back out of that, and then we're going to try this other one now. Which I think worked. So the type is apple tree. It didn't set it back to apple tree shoot, which is what it would have done. Let's just test that again. Quite confusing. 2. Get the right tree first. Oh. This is it, I think. So 1, 2, this is just setting it to be an apple tree. So there's one way of saying if you are an apple tree. So we're calling return there. Don't think we actually should do that. Let's take that out. I think we want to tick all the trees all the time. Okay. This is withered husk. This is if it's an apple tree. What's that third one? Withered husk apple tree. If it's not been modified with cosmic sludge, that's that one. Okay. This one should set it all the way to being an apple tree. So it's an apple tree shoot. And then it couldn't make it to be an apple tree. That's probably because it needs to happen in the next frame. Okay. So it's an apple tree shoot. Yeah. Now it's an apple tree. And we come back out again. And now we're going to test the final one. Depth is 0, depth max is 0. So it can't set it to be an apple tree shoot because we've already set depth max. And it failed conditions there. So that's good. That does work. So let's test it again. Now that we are an apple tree. So we are an apple tree already. So we are an apple tree. There we go. I think that's it. I think that's it. So it's just an apple tree. So what we'll do is we will... where are we? Evo tree set. We'll just remove this one. That was a test. I'm going to just say for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, it becomes an apple tree. So what this says is like there's a stage. If the item is modified with cosmic sludge, it's an apple tree shoot. And then if that is true, we go to the next stage. If the item is older, if the item type being an apple tree shoot is older than 5 minutes, if it's been an apple tree shoot for more than 5 minutes, it's now an apple tree. So technically you don't even need this one. This is just saying if it's an apple tree, it is an apple tree. Oh no, because you do need it because this one has to be an apple tree shoot to make it an apple tree. So you do need that. Okay. So the next thing, assuming this is all working great, is pick the thing. Got to pick it. Apple seed. So it's an apple tree shoot for 5 in-game minutes. And then it becomes an apple tree. Now we've got to pick it, which we don't have code for yet. If it's an apple tree, it's an apple tree. Yeah. That's it. Exactly. Like, you might not actually need this. If it's an apple tree, it's an apple tree. This was in the old system, you see. I think in the old system, it would evaluate stages. And if it passed that stage, if it couldn't pass that stage, or if it basically passed this stage, it doesn't go to the next child stage or the next sibling stage. Let's take that out and just see. Oops. Yeah, it goes back to apple tree shoot. So it tried to change to apple tree there, but it went back to the apple tree shoot. See, every 5 in-game minutes it's changing to an apple tree for 1 frame. And then it's going back to an apple tree shoot. And I think it's because of this, it's running this and this is failing. Because this is an apple tree, you know. This is actually not an apple tree shoot, it's an apple tree. And it tests whether the item type, so how long has it been that type for? And if it's not an apple tree shoot, it fails it. We need that in there. And now I just want to test if it does go to the withered husk as well. So the idea behind this is if you don't fertilize your apple seed within 5 minutes, it dies. It turns into a withered husk. So we'll just plant an apple seed. Yeah, now it's a withered husk. So what happens if we fertilize this? It becomes a fertilized withered husk. So interestingly, it's applying cosmic sludge to both of those things as well. Soft tilled ground and withered husk. Risden, thank you very much. 100. Here's to the next 100. Hopefully. So that's probably a bug. That's probably something that we want to get rid of. The idea that you're fertilizing both the apple seed and the tilled ground. I mean, is it a bug? Because if we go and destroy this apple seed now, that is still fertilized. So maybe it's not a bug. The tilled ground soft is still fertilized. So if I went to plant another apple seed there, it should be able to. On the apple seed itself, maybe it is a bug. What would be nice there is if we plant an apple seed there, it knows that the withered husk, the tilled ground is fertilized. Maybe, I don't know actually. Okay, so in order to stop actually fertilizing the ground as opposed to the seed, we need a property on the item to say that it has to be like a hat. Well, let's have a look. We need a property decayable, unbreakable, plantable in. So we say it can only fertilize things that are plantable. I think. So where we link the items together, apply item modifier. So that's the slot is, so we do link items, item ID. So this is the cosmic sludge stuff. This is the modified item. So the modified item has to be plantable in this case. Now I don't want to restrict it here because this item modifier can be applied to anything.
Hello, Tony ring. Yeah, I'm starting the office doing final meal distribution.
So who calls apply item modifier? The planting droid. This is coming in, it's going execute modify item event.
Right.
I actually think we need to exclude it really.
That's not right, is it? Oh, well, yeah. I mean, are you sure you want to come back the same day as the graduation?
If auto
Oh, Tuesday.
modified item prefab is equal to get inventory item controller, get prefab of the modified item. You have to say, so apparently you can do this, I didn't realise. You can put a semicolon there in the middle of a expression, which is mental, and you can go modified item prefab property, or has any property
Yeah, get down, sort of saunter down there, you know, have a nice gentle drive down there. And
so we'd have to say not unmodifiable. So unmodifiable. Or if it's unmodifiable,
yeah.
if that is even a word,
Okay.
probably call it
I'll pay half.
not modifiable. It's modifiable, even a word.
So that's,
Yeah, and Bossy, we got to 100 today,
oh yeah, I've got nothing else.
which is awesome.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah.
So we're going to say if it has any property not modifiable, we return standard optional U64. We can't modify items that are not modifiable. And then in the list,
Well, it takes all the,
we're just going to put another
takes all the-
property, not modifiable. Let's just make this a little bit
Yeah, for quite a while.
nicer.
And
So it's not modifiable.
well,
So hopefully that just stops
yeah,
the
honey,
ground getting modified by the cosmic sludge. It should only really be the seed,
yeah,
the apple seed, that does.
yeah. Oh yeah, but if it's I was a train from yeah.
So if this works, we'll try and pick it. There is code for picking the tree,
Yeah. Yeah.
but it probably works with the old system, so it won't work.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Heading off at 2:45. I'll probably be able to stay today until
Yeah.
about 3:10, I would say.
Yeah.
I usually try and stream till at least 3.
What if I get home for 4:30, something like that? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
My kid finishes school at 1:30. I need to drive to the school, so. Alright, so if we plant the apple seed and then we modify the apple seed, it says failed, so that didn't work. Let's try again. Okay. So the prefab is a modifier. Properties, not modifiable. This is tilled ground soft. Okay, so it doesn't actually come through and try and modify the doesn't try and come and modify the apple seed for some reason. Execute modify item event. Ah, so it's doing a fail and returning false immediately. Ooh. I think we don't say fail. Yeah, that'd be lovely. Thank you. We'll just continue. We don't say fail. It just won't modify it. This is cool. This is my own little markup that I made to change the color of bits of text. Take that bit is blue and that bit is green. Going to extend that to put in like icons and stuff, which would be nice. So you'll be able to have icons in the middle of sentences and things like that. All right. So this should fail. But then we do modify this one. And we only get one event sent, so we'll only get one thing. Apply cosmic sludge to apple seed. Great. Great. So picking it. So the idea is the droid doesn't pick it at the moment. That was not part of the gameplay. The gameplay was you go and pick it as the player. So I don't think it's working. Enjoy your elite coding, Vossi. Bloom shader looks really cool. How does a bloom shade? Oh, you mean on the light? So it is. So the lighting works like this. You go in Photoshop and you draw something. Oh, there's a crash to do with the lighting sometimes. No, that's alright. It hasn't crashed, it just took a while. Let's find another light. Yeah, there's a crash to do with the lights sometimes. Doesn't always work though. Doesn't always crash, sorry. Let me just try and get it open. I can't really just fix that crash on screen because it messes my stream up. It messes all the icons up and stuff. You know, like I don't have a follow account anymore and that. There we go. Give me a second to get all that back. Is it working? Alright, there we go. I think we're back to normal. Hopefully it don't crash again. There we go. Is that gonna work? No, what's going on here? You know, I tried to fix this off stream and I couldn't get the crash to work, and now it's crashed to crash all, and now it's crashing all the time. No, it's alright, don't worry about it. It needs fixing. It's stalling the GPU, and that's why it's messing up all of the icons on the stream. All of the like overlays. I wonder why. Maybe it's because I've got a light in the scene. Anyway, so you make something in Photoshop, like I just typed the word light, and then you put it into the engine, and you'd say it's a light. Let's see if I can. I want to show you really. Let's see if it's because I'm in a room with a light in it. I'll move away somewhere else. Yeah, that's fine. Right, we're not crashed anymore. And all my stuff came back. Awesome. So you mark it as a light. Or you call generate lighting on it. And you give it a light radius. So I can open this back up in Photoshop. And then what it does is it creates a distance field around the light. So it creates an image and it's like, how far are you away from the light? And then it uses that in the shader, the distance field, to calculate the actual bloom look. So in Photoshop it's just that, you see. I just typed the word light. So it means I'll be able to create like neon signs and all sorts of stuff, you know, because the light's not just a sphere. It's not just a point or anything. It's like a full area light. So the plan is to like have cool like lights that light up all the buildings, and then I've got another path system where you can like draw out paths and have lights follow paths. So you'll be able to do something like Las Vegas style, you know. And then you just change them in here, like whichever way you want to. So it's just a distance field. So you have a texture then you put on the GPU, and then you just read the distance, and then you can form that bloom out of the distance using the shaders. Really simple. So it gets the distance out, and then it's just power divided by 1 plus attenuation. So it's just 1 over 1 plus d times d, where d is the distance, and that's all it is. And then I multiply all these by constants as well. This is what the attenuation is and stuff. And then mix it with a colour. So it is super simple. Generating the distance field's quite a lot of work. Open Photoshop, and of course it just doesn't close. Photoshop's turning into a little bit of a nightmare. Like, it's not that great performance wise anymore. But yeah, so it's just a distance field, you know, like a signed distance field. I can't really find it. Like, this is it. This one in the middle. You can see it already kind of looks like a light. The distance field itself, like a bloomy light. Gonna have to close Photoshop, man, like this, because it won't do it. Still not closed. The computer's having a lot of trouble after I did that crash. Did that answer your question, Teslatic? I can explain it a bit more if you want. Oh, sorry about that. Thank you. So what I was saying is the easy way to do it is to you find your pixel that you want the distance. Can you hear me now? I've turned my mic back on. It had turned itself off. There might be quite a stream lag as well. All right, thanks, Rizzy. So you you start at the pixel that you want your distance for, and then you get the 9 pixels that surround that, and then you see if you've hit anything, and then you radiate out and out and out and out until you hit something, and then that is your distance there. How many levels of radiation you had to, how many steps out you needed to do. That though is really, really slow, so you wouldn't normally, I mean you could do it like that. It doesn't really matter because these distance fields are calculated offline anyway. They're not real-time things. I would calculate them once at the, at the beginning of when I'm compiling the assets up. But what I found a separable version, so I didn't write it. Image generators. Distance field generator. So that's a separable one, like a separable blur. But it does a separable distance field, so it's much, much faster. So this is the reference that I used from Brown University. It's actually got a good image of a distance field in it. And they've got a paper and some code. So I just used that. Separable, so it's much faster, and that's what the one I use. And that's it. This is the implementation here. Well, this really. Yeah, if you got any questions, Teslatic, any more questions, no props. I wish I hadn't turned Photoshop on now, because it won't turn itself off. No problem, Teslatic. Right, Photoshop's finally gone. Only took me like 5 minutes to turn it off. I know this is an old computer, but it shouldn't take 5 minutes to close your program down on any computer. Okay. So picking the item, that's probably, so I've got this thing called a planting controller. It would break yours. It would, Rizzy. I know your computer. So the planting controller, plant current item. Is there a pick current item? No idea actually where the code would be unless we deleted it. I've only deleted the ground controller. Got track item in world. Tick. Draw world item. If is interacting with. Okay. How do we pick it though? Surely a game event. Fell asleep, Woot Dragon. No problem. Enjoy your sleep. Is there a pick item? Let's have a look at the entity state types for the heroes tick. So it only has an on spawn. Oh, it's this, look. Entity interaction, which probably never gets fired anymore. Let's make an apple tree. Yeah, so this never gets fired, this entity interaction event anymore. Anywhere. So we've got execute harvest ground item, so we could just use that. Okay. So where was this? Woot Dragon, what is standard 2 underlining? It's static cast int, I think, or static cast. The underlining type of the enum. So whatever, you know, it's U32 or... It just turns an enum class to an integer. Because this is an integer, this is a U64, I believe. So this is a enum, actually. Yeah, this is an enum, an EMPC ID. So it just allows you to compare them. So I wonder where we were doing this entity interaction event. Enums aren't considered ints. Enum classes aren't considered ints. No. No, they're their own thing. An enum class is I suppose, technically a type in its own right, so you can't compare them. Without doing that, without doing standard 2 underlining here. So but if no one's sending it, my only thing is I don't really know what this interaction ID is. LeetCode. He's learning C. Yeah, by example, I suppose. And he's doing some quite low level stuff. He's enjoying it a lot, yeah. Not sure what resource he's using though. Is LeetCode actually a website? Oh, I see. Yeah. Cool. I've not heard of it. Yeah, he's doing this stuff. Oh, nice one. Yeah. LeetCode, GitHub. Yeah. Look at all this stuff. Regular expression matching. So this is probably really, really good practice. I know he was doing palindromic ints yesterday. He was saying, so detect if an int is a palindrome, meaning like, 505 would be a palindrome. Shadow mapping. Yeah, shadow mapping, cool. So there's some proper graphics stuff. It's hard to believe it's not in here. So intersect tracked item in world. I've probably just deleted it. All right, let's check this in. We'll just go back to the old version. Oops. All right. So who's calling this here? Detach there. Okay. Here. Entity state types. Who's sending it? The Evo tree set. Okay, I'm going to copy this. And we'll just go back to where we were. So this is with the interaction ID and everything. Did I ever play Borderlands? Not massively, no. No. I'm not actually a big shooter guy. prefer like playing AAA stuff, open world RPG stuff. Yeah, I've played Destiny and Halo, yeah. Yeah. Played Halo Infinite. That's the latest one, isn't it? Halo Infinite. Alright, so what we need to do is get this entity interaction event sending. Not from here. I've not played Destiny 2, no. I played the original Destiny when it came out, actually. But like I say, don't play many shooters. I don't game much at the moment. I'm not in a gaming kind of headspace. I go through phases of it, you know. Yeah, the original Destiny was good. Yeah. It's a long time ago, that. I followed it all through development and everything, and then bought it when they released it. Alright, so the entity ID is the movement controller ID. The interaction ID let's execute harvest ground item on a ready state event. Item ID, does it even need its interaction? ID, item ID. So the item ID is the interaction ID. The interaction ID so it needs to come from the item itself. So this probably needs to happen inside the World Evo tree. So this is storage.region. Movement controller ID. The ID is the item ID by the looks of it. So this will just send an event if we're inside the region. And then this one's like, if we press OK, so this would probably be consume press now, because we've changed the way we do this. We push a ready state event to execute harvest ground item. Let's see. Obviously it has to be harvestable, so I don't really know how we handle that. The Taken King, yeah. But that DLC, what was that? I can't remember. Okay, so now we're on top of an apple tree. We should be actually sending this event. It would be if it had compiled. It's not compiled. Let's rebuild that. Tellis T, how's it going? I'm going well. I'm doing well, thank you. Slowly working my way through planting and harvesting trees. Or the system for it. There's no artwork yet, so it's planting and harvesting rectangles and squares at the moment. We're just taking down an old system and replacing it with a new one, but it was a pretty complex system, so it's taken a few days. Glad you're doing well. Kind of feel like we're at the end. Depends what the world items would, other things the world items were doing. Game state. So we had this. So you already knew the system was bad because it was in the game state file, which means there was no place for it. Match the whole word. Okay. So let's go through what these are doing. So this is, actually listening for harvest ground item, which is what we're about to do. So I'll have a breakpoint there. I actually need to match the case as well. World item. So what's this? Saving and loading. Yep. Need to do that. All this stuff's just utility stuff. That's it, you know. So we've got to do this picking. Then we've got to save and load the new world items. Obviously, when you save a game, you want to save all your planted trees and fertilized crops and everything. The Vault of Glass. I don't know if I played that. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, DLC for Destiny 1. Yeah, I'm not sure. It doesn't ring any bells, that one. All right. Fertilize it. You can see the border just goes over the apple seed now, because that's just the thing that's getting fertilized. Okay, so we should be sending these events. Which we are. So now, whenever we like stand over the top of this, we start sending events over every single frame, and we're interacting with something. And if it's us that's interacting with it, we get the input, and then we're going to listen for the OK button. So when I press E, nothing happens for some reason. Is anyone doing consume press? Someone else is doing consume press. its button is pressed, that's where we want the breakpoint. So what is this doing? This is the world set items interaction state. Focus. Looks like we did some work on this. Already. So this is for the tilde soft ground. We want the one actually for the Evo tree for the apple seed. So it should pick the smallest one. Two by two, one by one. So that's obviously the wrong way around. So we probably need to send the event here. So we might change a little bit how that works from the way it did before. Must have been a casual player. I am a casual player, really. Yeah, definitely. So the candidate is 0 now. Is that right? Candidate 0. So I was doing that wrong. I was reading that wrong. I must be getting tired. Okay, so this I think is where we need to send the event. We need to send basically the pick event here. The entity interaction event here. There it is. So we're going to set the interaction state to focused. So what does that even mean now? Okay. So we ultimately want to push this ready state event. That will pick the crop. That'll move the character up to where the crop is and the tree is, and it'll pick it. What we need to do though actually is item start candidate. So have we worked on the sending them events? Send world item event, which calls on game event. So a world item event is just hybrid storage of game event types. So we need to send a world item event. So we just need to go send world item event, G event, entity interaction. And then this basically what's going on here? So the interaction ID, so the entity ID is probably the item store ID. The interaction ID, we don't know. We don't need that. We could set them both to that. It's fine. And the interaction type is going to be world item focused. So we just send that event. And world item hot. So we could do that. We could send the event, or on a tick, on the tick we could just test if it's focused or hot as well. There's two ways to do this. So this happens on the store. It doesn't actually happen on the item itself. So an event's probably a better way to go about it. So now it's the Evo tree that wants to listen for the event. So we want to go if auto data equals try unwrap G event entity interaction, and then we're going to go data type is equal to entity interaction type world item hot, else if data type is equal to entity interaction type world item focused. If it doesn't appear to be have one of those, all right, so we're just going to go log line hot, and then we'll put a breakpoint here if we get it focused. All right, let's build that. So if the world item is hot, we also need to know that it is our item ID, or at least our storage ID. So we're going to say what was a world item event having it? Not much. I'm going to say if data entity ID is not equal to storage ID, we return. Not bothered. It's only if we are hot, the item that we are on is hot or focused. So so now if you go and walk over it, we should get we get hots down here. So till ground, so we can just detect whether anything is hot, basically. So make an apple tree. So now we're hot. If I press the E key, right, we're focused. So what is this? This is the apple seeds. This is the thing. This is the thing that we're focused. So the base type is apple seed. We need to now come up with a way. Will it grow into an actual tree? Yeah, when there's artwork. Yeah. So the great thing about this system now is if I go to the Evo tree itself, Evo tree set, you get to add stages. So you can add as many stages. You could have like seed, sapling, seed, shoot, sapling, small tree, big tree. Then you could do something like big tree through winter and all its leaves could fall off. Big tree through summer and all its leaves grow back. And you could add stages basically. And each one of those will eventually have its corresponding artwork as well. Yeah, it's going to be cool. And like, it's not like limited to like 3 stages. Like you could have as many stages, and all the stages can be ticked and have logic. So you can, if you want, one of the things I wanted to do with the game, because it's sci-fi on a space station, is the player could control the climate. Because it's on a space station, you can do anything on a space station. So the player could be like, right, this tree needs loads of rain. So say you make it rain loads, and then the trees that aren't good at handling rain could start wilting. And this is where you would do this. You would have, because you have conditions on them. So you could say condition, it's rained for more than 1 hour, and then you could draw and go to another stage and with another set of artwork and actually draw a wilting tree instead. And then the one that responds very well to rain, you could maybe draw something else for that, So yeah, you're going to be able to control the climate. So you might have multiple rooms where you can grow things. And then one of the cool gameplay features would be you need to group together like flora types by climate. And then you could climate control each individual room with weather and things to make them grow well. The burning tree. You know, you could do anything. Like, because it's sci-fi, you could have species of tree that are absolutely crazy, like the leaves glow or something, or the leaves do catch fire from time to time. You know, we can invent species of trees from different planets. It's going to be pretty cool. And this system that I've built supports all that stuff now. Just needs the artwork and the actual code, the logic code. Sean Murray style. Yeah. You know, I should play No Man's Sky, because I was thinking the other day, like, there's quite a lot of similarities. Like, I didn't come from thinking about No Man's Sky when I came up with the idea for the game, but maybe it would be good to actually play it to get like some inspiration. So I might do that. So what we need to do... Oh, that's my alarm. I've got 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes. If auto item... Well, we'll say the prefab. Get inventory item controller. So get prefab for the item ID. So what we need is what do we actually want to do with this? Because we're not necessarily picking the item yet. We've just focused on it, and each item might want to react differently to being focused on. And let's get download the crap. I don't mind buying it. I'll buy it. I don't mind. Support the industry. But yeah, I might give it a go. So we've got this, so we can send basically, we can do, so if prefab has any property harvestable, we want to actually send so we've got the entity ID is the movement controller ID. So we don't really know, because that's obviously, it needs to move the player. The game and the engine needs to move the player up to where it can pick the item. So that's probably why it needs a movement controller. So I think I'm just going to say the entity ID is 0, which will default to the player. The interaction ID. So it's a ground item. So we might call this harvestable item. The item ID is the item ID we want to harvest. So if it's harvestable, we post another event. And that'll get us further along now. No, we don't even want to do that. We just want to push the ready harvestable item. We want to actually just push the ready state event, I think. So that can actually go away. So we don't want to do this. We want to do this. Well, the actor ID is 0, so that's the item ID. Okay, so let's see if the ready state event picks up this system now, and so the player should move to where they want to harvest. The character should kneel down and do some work for a couple of seconds and then get the item out of the ground. That's a lot to ask though. So we've got to wait until it's an apple tree for this to work. Oh, it did. We got there. Item is 262. So this uses the old world item system, this, which we don't need to do anymore. So the item ID is just the item ID. Prefab. So we need the prefab. Auto prefab. Get inventory item controller. Get prefab. Item dot item ID. Is it? If not prefab, can't do it. So what's this? Item ID. Just pass the item through. Item dot item ID. So this isn't quite correct because it also needs to remove the item. Say auto duration. It needs to remove the item from the ground as well, which this probably won't do. It'll do all the animation though. It does claim item. So I think claim item is the thing that needs to remove the item out of the ground. So this relies on the world item stuff, which needs to change. Anyway, let's get this compiling. Item.item ID. Execute harvest ground item. It is item ID. But it's actually item error. That's why. This is a reference as well, so we can't actually do this. We need to actually copy that. Because this happens, this bit of code happens several seconds later, and the item's long gone by then probably. So the only thing is, what do we do? Like, we're assuming that the item, we want to harvest the item right now. So I'm just going to say to do, this should be general, not just about harvesting items. Because this is like, we've interacted with anything that's a world item. just because it's harvestable, got a harvestable property on it, doesn't mean that we want to actually harvest it. We need some kind of context, like what do we want to do with this item. Okay. Just wait till it to become an apple tree. Then we do this, right? So we're going to play some animation. And we're going to do some work. The duration is 4 seconds. So in 4 seconds, we're going to claim the item. Now claiming the item, there we go, won't work because it uses the old system. There's no world item. It needs to be in here. So this is the item ID. So how do we get the world item? How do we get the new? Anyway, we will go and move now. So he'll run up to where he wants to be to pick this. And then he'll pick it. I just bent down there. There we go, I've got an apple tree in my inventory. Apple tree in my inventory is still in the ground though. That's the bit we need to actually change. So claim item from, so we only have an item ID. We need to okay, so we'll do it on the end, right? So we need to get world item controller, get store. So for auto start in that. And then we need to go for auto tree in get world item controller, get items, not inventory item controller, world item controller, get items of world item evo tree for the store ID. And then we go if tree item ID is the item ID. We need to do get world item controller again. Remove item. Tree ID. So that in theory takes away the tree from the ground. So it just ends up in my inventory and it's gone from the ground. And that's the full plan, like loop of preparing the ground, planting a seed, fertilizing, so modifying some way. We'll have the tree tick, so this is the actual changing the stages of the tree, and then we press E and it goes down. Put some animation for a bit. We got one apple tree. There's still an apple tree there though. So that didn't work. So let's try that again. I've got to head off. Didn't even get there. Oh, it's probably because it's going here first. Right. So we'll put a note here. This is where I start tomorrow. So I'm back in tomorrow at about 9:30, but I'm going to have to head. Pick up my kid. But yeah, see you later, guys.